Welcome back, Rocketeers, and for episode 10 of our UnKerbaled start in modded Kerbal Space Program. Obviously modded. It's me. Okay, so where were we? Let's take a look here and find out. All right, so last night we did we spent about three and a half hours going through Kitten's Space Agency and going through a lot of that. That video is also up on YouTube if you want to go look for it. This one. All right, so we did our first flyby of the moon last time. We've got 2 satellites up in geostationary, 2 comsats up in geostationary orbit. We have 1 hole. We need to plug that hole. All right, you need at least 3 satellites for global coverage. All right, and then we have a whole bunch of contracts to work on. Well, we're also building on a new family of launch vehicles as well. I think we've built the first in the family. Why do all these say unknown part modules? Get deleted. I removed deadly re-entry, that's what it was. Don't launch. Alright, I'm not gonna worry about the rest of it. Alright, so this is our new launch vehicle for up to 2.5 tons to orbit. It's got a smart upper stage. Inside we have our nice little comsat all nice and tucked in. So we'll need to launch this. Double checking a couple things. Ugh. And don't forget, later this week we're going to be doing a lot more Star Citizen as International Aerospace Expo 2955. The IAE, or International Aerospace Expo, is the biggest annual event in the Star Citizen universe, and it's done in-game as well as out-of-game. But we'll be looking more of that later. Okay, we have a big hole. Alright, so this one is the one we last launched. This is in the place where I wanted this one, but this one didn't quite have enough fuel. And I'm going to do a slight experiment launching this. We're going to launch this one up to about, I think, 5.5. No, let's go with 6. We're going to go with 6 million kilometers. Right. and the goal is to put it in Geostation 8 over here, and then the 3 of these will be able to talk to each other, and they'll cover 99% of the planet. The poles might still have a dark spot. Alright. So let's get guidance here set up. I always track the distance from the KSC, as it just lets me know how far downrange we are. Guidance is go. Payload is go. Launch vehicle is go. We are go for launch. In 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, main engine start. 2, 1, send it. We have liftoff. Alright, we are go for pitch and roll maneuver. Feeling good, smelling good. We must have flown last time. Yep, that's why that's so low. Alright, we have good booster cutoff. There's booster set. Smack into each other. We're gonna have to work on that. My vehicle is supersonic and we're well past max Q. Alright, we're gonna go ahead and throttle down here to 2/3. Coming up on 32 kilometers downrange distance from the KSC, passing an altitude of 29 kilometers. Coming up on Mach 3. We're now 2 minutes into the flight. 60 kilometers downrange distance from the KSC, passing an altitude of 48 kilometers. Right, and we are coming up on Miko. And there it is, main engine cutoff. Right, we have good stage separation. There goes fairing deploy and upper stage ignition. So what we're doing here is we're going to let the upper stage here go ahead and push us out to a 6 million kilometer apoapsis. Lucky Scientific, what's going on, man? Okay, that's what I wanted to know, because that's why, like, the music yesterday, I had to crank the volume. There we go. Is that better? Hey, Hildebrandt. Yeah, that's why I don't like playing with the sound settings. Like yesterday, we couldn't hear any of the music or any of the stuff in KSA. That's why I don't like messing with sound settings, because they don't carry over correctly from one game to another. All right, so is that better? Can I get a sound check? Yes, no? Keep working at it. This is why it's so important that when I ask those questions, that I get yes or no answers and not convoluted, I hear this, maybe that. I just need yes or no. Is all I need. Shut down. We went a little farther than I wanted, but it's all right. Okay, why? Yep, now there's nothing coming from the game. Why? All right, now I've maxed the volume out again. And the only thing you should hear right now is me and the in-game music. Whirla! Right. So is that better? I don't know what's going on here. Why that is so... Why the audio is being so weird. Everything is plugged in correctly. Let me pop over here real quick. It's all good. So problem is now now the volume's all weird again. Did the music just get real loud all of a sudden? Remember, what I hear is not the same as what you hear, because I need to be able to hear myself, so I'm not yelling and everything into the mic. Okay. This is where we usually have it. Hey, how come we don't have comms? There's literally a satellite right there. Alright, well let me know once we actually start doing things again, if it's too loud, not too loud. This does have an antenna on it. I mean, I know these antennas aren't out, but this also has a secondary internal antenna, right, as redundancy. And there is literally a ComSat sitting right there and one right there, and we have no comms. Now we have comms again. What are we talking to? The ground. We're only talking to the ground. Interesting. Well, Batu! What's up, man? How you been? Alright, so let's go ahead and go. We are go for payload release. And I forgot to double check the action groups on this, because it's not... doing everything it's supposed to. All that's supposed to come out with action groups. Our A action group. All right, so we're launching up our third communication satellite to go into. Okay, now we're talking. Okay, now we're talking the other two satellites. And we'll have to deorbit this stage, but it'll have to wait until we get closer to our apoapsis. So let's go ahead and warp out here. Zoop. Okay, what's up, man? So what'd you guys think about KSA yesterday? Alright, so now we need to swap to our upper stage. It's technically on a re-entry trajectory, but the game won't actually have it do it. Alright, so let me know if this is too loud. Alright, so now that'll re-enter and burn up in the atmosphere. Oh, Brent, you like the look of it? Yeah, the parts don't have that Fisher Price texture thing that KSP2 had going on. And let's face it, Dayashi is the artist behind those parts, and he knows what he's doing. We're like, yes, for sure. Well, that's because a lot of the original squad crew that worked on, including Harvester, Felipe, right? That who created Kerbal Space Program, they're now working on KSA. All right, so what we're doing here is if we gave ourselves a big lever arm, right? So we came up quite high in altitude. And believe it or not, this is how they actually launch satellites in real life to a geostationary orbit. They launch them with, with a really high apogee, right? And then they change or correct their inclination if necessary, way out here. Because remember, the slower you go, the less energy it takes to change direction. And the other part too is that they'll raise up their periapsis, and then slowly after a couple, several orbits, reduce their apoapsis back down to and put the satellite in the orbit that they want. But it's more energy effective to do it this way. All right, so we're gonna time warp closer to our apoapsis. We're still 30 some odd minutes out. Let's go to there. Hildebrand, no, there's no roadmap yet. I'm not even sure they're gonna do one. It all depends on the interest that is garnered. They're experimenting pretty heavily with it, right? With how they're distributing KSA, and they're going off of contributions instead of actually charging people for it. At some point, maybe they might charge for it once it gets to like a 1.0 release type of thing, but astronauts, I'm still not sold on the kittens, man. I'm not. All right, we're in orbit. Yeah, so far the amount of contributions, as they're calling it, donations, whatever you want to call it, is not very much. I mean, so far from the last I looked, they were just barely over 60 grand. That's not even enough to pay the salary of one developer. All right, so we're about little under half of the altitude we need to get to on our periapsis, but we're gonna wait until we come around again. All right, so we're gonna warp here. Hi, Delta Dog. Delta's like, oh no, you're streaming. All right, 2863. There we go. Okay, so we've used up basically half of our fuel to get our periapsis where we want it. All right, our orbital period is currently 1 day, just short of 1 day and 5 hours, so we're going to need to start reducing that down. So now we're going to come over here to our periapsis. I don't think we're going to be right in formation correctly, but we'll be pretty close. Yep. Okay. So let's flip this thing around. All right, so we want to be about 2 hours short of this. It's probably about 30 minutes, I'm guessing. So we need to make our orbit about an hour and a half longer than a day. About 1 day, 1 hour, 30 minutes. Chief! What's up, buddy?
Hello, Kinky Streamer and Rocketeers all.
Chief, thank you so much, man. I appreciate that, buddy. All right, there we go. 1 day, 1 hour, 30 minutes. Hildebrandt, I don't think the Rocket Work CEO, what is his name, Dean Hall? I don't think he's interested. Because I'm pretty sure he's had offers before. Chief, pretty good, man. We're putting up our third geostationary satellite for communications. Right, we're roughly 30 minutes behind this one, so we have reduced our orbit down to about an hour and a half longer than this. So these should spread out away from us, and we should be able to circularize our next orbit. Let's find out. Let's warp here. Look at that. Close enough. We need about another hour or half hour. These satellites will be removed anyway later. And we'll do one more orbit. Why not? Get the spread that spread out by an extra 30 minutes. I do not, actually, Chief. Cucumber! What's up, my friend? Thank you for the bits. But Chief, I need to make one. Yes, I need to make one. But it won't be one video. It'll have to be at least, the way I've got it figured out in my head, at least, it'll need to be at least 3 videos. Because first you need to know what an airplane is. Right? How it works, how, all the controls and everything work. And then understand all the, the basic principles of building one. And then go into the advanced principles. All right, 5 hours, 59 minutes, 9 seconds. There we go. 5 hours, 59 minutes, 9 seconds. Chief, are you using angle of incidence? Alright, so now we're facing the correct direction, and this will stay here. Literally right here looking at this. We're over the big crater. Alright, there we go. We have our preliminary communications satellite network up and running. But once you get better, these will better antennas and whatnot, these will get replaced by much better, more permanent ones. All right, back to Space Center. Okay, so Chief, think of them, they're all right. So remember, angle of incidence is fixed, angle of attack is dynamic. Right, and angle of incidence adds to angle of attack, always. And the other question is, are you sitting, it also depends on the location of your landing gear. Are you sitting facing nose down on the runway? Right, is the nose even slightly lower than the back of the plane? Hey, Jebs, what's going on, man? All right, let's take a look at this one just as an example. Centurion! How we doing, my friend? Alright, so remember, angle of incidence is the chord line of the wing, right? So if we take out and draw an imaginary line from the center of the front of the wing to the center of the back of the wing, right, and extend that out, that is the chord line of the wing, right? And the difference between that chord line and the long axis of the aircraft, so do the same thing, draw another line right down the middle of the airplane, right through the center of mass, out the back, right? It's kind of, think of it as the axle that the aircraft rolls around, right? The difference between those, the chord line and that long axis, that is your angle of incidence, and it's fixed. Right, so you can see here the leading edge of the wing is higher. Turn this off for a second. Is higher than the trailing edge of the wing. Right, that is angle of incidence. Right, and as far as this editor is concerned, your direction of travel is always parallel to the floor, towards the open door. It does not matter which direction your vessel is facing. It always assumes that is the case. Right, so even if I were to grab this and rotate the root part up 5 degrees, right, so now we have 5 degrees angle of incidence, and we're tilted up by 5 degrees. This editor assumes that we're traveling parallel to the floor, so we now have 10 degrees angle of attack. The game will only show 5 because it goes off the root part, but that's not how angle of attack is really calculated. Right, and if we go up another 5 degrees, this would now be 15, 20, 25, 30. This would now be 30 degrees angle of attack. Right, which is probably where it's going to stall. Right, this is where your like critical stall is going to be somewhere between ish 25, 30 degrees angle of attack. Centurion, my back is much better, dude. With this chair, like, it's weird. I noticed I sit static almost in it too long, where I have to purposely remember to move my legs or whatever it is because it's just so comfortable that I just kind of, right? And a lot of people don't like the seat base on these chairs because they're too stiff. I actually like it that it's that stiff. It's not hard, but it's stiff. So, Chief, take a screenshot from the side of your aircraft with the center lift and center mass indicators turned on, and put them in Discord. And then I'll take a look at it and see if I can't give you some pointers. Centurion almost. This thing feels like a throne. And I like the headrest. Is just it. I like that this is no straps. It's just magnetic. Oops. Oops. Come on. There. It's just magnetic. A lot of the parts on this chair, like like even like the handles, all this stuff, a lot of the covers for things that are like swappable, they're all magnetic, right? So this is the chair pad, or the arm pad. It's just magnetic, right? Some of the cosmetic covers, you know, to cover the mechanical bits, they're just magnetic. They just slap into place. Very clever. Now it's more. Well, I know a Delta came out here a few minutes ago looking for some attention. Right, or to see what I was up to. She doesn't like being... What's funny is she's out here all the time unless I'm streaming. If I'm streaming, she doesn't like being out here. I don't know why that is. Probably because my focus is not on her. But even if I'm like watching something on Netflix or gaming just for myself, she has no problem being here. But if I'm streaming, it's like, yep, nope, I'm out. All right, so guys, give me a couple minutes here. I need to grab another beverage and heat up something to eat because it's noon and I realized I have not eaten anything today. As I kind of slept in a little bit too much this morning because it was raining. And then I've been busy all morning and then obviously now streaming. So give me a couple minutes and I'll be right back. Alright, I'm back. Thank you for your patience. The other day I made Filipino chicken with rice. So that is what I'm having for food, is leftover pollo adobo. And I brought the thing that you cannot see down here. She's down there. She's right there. She's even looking at the camera. But she's so black that she's impossible to see. Good girl. Okay, what are we doing? Contracts. Chief, brand new chair, man. Why the hell do I want to stand up? And I brought my other friend, Monster. Oh, starting to rain. Nice, cucumber. MGB, yes. I ordered it on Friday after the stream, because since we hit the halfway point with funding it, and my back and neck were like, dude. So I didn't. It was supposed to take, like, because I didn't pay for expedited shipping, so it was supposed to take over a week to get here, but it didn't. It only took 2 days. So I'm glad I didn't do expedited shipping. So, but yes, I am sitting in the new chair. I'm glad I didn't pay for expedited shipping, because it was like $30 for expedited shipping. It would have been here at the same time. All right, anyway.
J-Speed!
Contracts. Yeah, the rare resilience from Kerbin's grasslands, we need to be splashed down. I probably didn't read that correctly when I was looking at that, but we'd have to be splashed down. And there's nowhere on this side of the map where we can be splashed down in the grasslands. You've got to go to the other side. However, we do have other bases, so what base is that? Uber Dam Airfield, and it's in the. We can be splashed down there, and this is where that dam is that I wanted to look at again. All right, so we're gonna fly and take off with our helicopter, the one with the floats on it, from the Uber Dam Airfield. By the way, let me know if that's too loud. We've been having to make some sound adjustments. Right, but we have this helicopter. It has all the experiments on it that we would need to grab. Right, but just in case, we're going to let Val fly, and we're going to throw in Filton. Filton is our new scientist that we hired. So yes, the other day we also hired a Gimmel, a new pilot, and Filton, a new scientist. All right, so let's find Uberdam Airfield. Now, once we get the helicopter engine running, then let me know if it's too loud. And that's more we'll find out, I guess. All right, so right over here, there's literally a dam. Like it's a massive dam. All right, I think we have a waypoint for this already. Interesting. All right, we want to make sure we have a waypoint for here. Chief, what helicopter is that? If it's built by the divine presence, then God damned it. Yes, indeed. I wanted to come over here in a helicopter anyway, as during the daytime, as this dam is huge. And we have this big reservoir. I'm really curious how deep this actually would be. Look at this. Oh, there's even a helipad down there. Okay, so this really isn't here. This place does not actually exist. Okay. Good to know. This water is not a thing. It's a sticker. Okay. Boy, panic mode, man. I wonder what my face looked like right there. Okay, so this water is not, this is not really here. It's a sticker. It's even noisy over there. Alright, let's go ahead and splash down here and get our science. Okay, it's a little rougher than I was anticipating, but... Alright, let's double check and make sure that... Our crew report, our EVA, crew report, EVA report, and surface sample are... It's not saying that we got them. We are splashed down the grasslands. I know we're not at the waypoint they gave us, but you shouldn't have to be, because it just says suggested. It says we're not in the Kerbin's grasslands. Oh, we're in the shores, that's why. This is considered shores and not grasslands. Well, that would be why. Alright, you guys want to fly over and take a look at this dam? Alright, so it is Kerbin side remastered. It adds this, because that's not real water up above. Hi, Delta Dog. Get a couple of screenshots of this. It's bouncing around so much because I have this in hover mode. I saw this at night taking off from that coming into land at this airfield, and I was like, what the hell is that? Hover mode, and we're climbing. Alright, does not like a full throttle climb. Okay, so now we know this is not real water over here. I was wondering why our altimeter hadn't changed. Like, it freaked the shit out of me when we went through through it. Lone Wolf! Yeah, can we get some gift shops? Yeah, maybe. Our fuel. Now, there's no other water, and this river says shores. I'm guessing it's going to say the same thing if we flew over there. Find out real quick. As long as I don't crash. How far away is that? We've already gone through half of our fuel. May not be able to fly all the way over there. So what's up, Lone Wolf? How you doing today, buddy? I should eat. I spent a lot of time on helicopters. Most in Blackhawks, but also quite a bit of time in Chinooks. And a little bit of time in Hueys. Most of my skydives out of Chinooks were out of Chinooks. Yeah, that's fake lake. Fake lake. if you like the hind? Really? Not a lot of people know, but the Chinook actually has a big square door in the middle of the floor with a hook in the roof, and it's for fast roping. Being too fast. In fast roping, you grab a big thick rope, wearing thick leather gloves. You wrap your feet around the rope and then you just slide down like it's a pole. Right, and when you get to the ground, we were trying to roll away because the guy above you is coming down right on top of your head. Aye. Yeah. All right. That's better. Yeah, we're gonna be running on fumes. We're almost there, but I don't think I want to risk it. I think we'd be better off going back and refueling. So I might have to take another flight over there. No, not yet. I mean, we checked out the dam, but it changes biomes to shores. And it's a fake lake. Like, quite literally a fake lake. Like, I flew the helicopter, I thought I was gonna be landing in it. We went right through it. You notice how stable this helicopter is? Because I'm eating with both hands. And we're flying. Alright, we're starting to turn a little bit off course. Alright, I had to give it a little course correction there. Starting to approach a speed where it's starting to come unstable. slow down a little bit. Yeah, the water over here is fake. The water down below is not. And this does not carry a whole lot of fuel. It's got about 30 minutes total flight time-ish. Aha! We're refueled! I love it. Okay, so now we can go over there and find out if that's the right spot or not. If that'll work. That's the first time I've used that refueling service. I like it. Yep, they charged our agency credit card. Right, we paid 0.8 credits per 10 units of fuel. I'm surprised it's the first time I've ever used that feature, but yes. I should have done that before we flew over here the first time. It should work. Bishimoto, what's up, man? Bishimoto, it's the fuel is centered right under the rotor, so the center mass doesn't move. It's just when you get up above 45 meters a second, it doesn't really like it. Anyway, can I get a shout out, please, for Bishimoto? If you guys don't know Bishimoto, he's a long-time viewer, and he also streams some Kerbal and some other things himself. Thank you, Chief. Elite Dangerous. How is Elite Dangerous these days? Chief, did you ever post screenshots of your airplane so I can take a look at it yet? It's changing for the better, or not sure yet. I have not played Elite in years. Right, it got so grindy and repetitive, it didn't suck me in. We're flying over here. So if you're wondering where we're going, we're flying over here to this water. Oh, Chief, don't worry about it. Whenever, man. Whenever. Yeah, but have they made any, like, how's the core gameplay going? Yo, what's up, buddy? Well, Kyle, we have our own salute now. I uploaded it yesterday. It's a little blue thing. Because I realized there really wasn't a normal salute on Twitch. Yep, there you go. Everybody missed it. I added several new emotes yesterday. Nerf. Believe it or not, we actually have not flown very far. We're only 13 kilometers from the runway. Yes, I forgot about the Kraken. I added in a Kraken emote. MGB should be very familiar with that one. Yep, and it did. It switched to biome to shores already. So this is not going to give us splashdown in the grasslands because it changed biomes. That's a bummer. Well, I guess that answers that question. Alright, time to bring it about. Go home, I guess. I thought with the rivers we could do splash down the grasslands, but no, it goes to shores biome. Well, now we know. I mean, and we got a scenic helicopter ride out of it, right? I don't know, this is a very European feel. Over here on this side of the planet. Urban has a Kraken as well? I didn't realize he had a Kraken emote. Yeah, something to work on towards the end of the game. Oh, hi. Hi. You want to come here? Come here. Come here. You gotta be very careful with this chair, though. Want to say hi? Say something. She's right there. She's laying down now. You can't... Man, is that dog dark. The camera has a really hard time seeing her. Yeah, pretty much. Are we veering? Yep, we are. I get asked at the park all the time about her fur. Like, why is she so dark? She is very dark. Huh. Huh. Yep, she's Black Ops. Does she give up hawking radiation? Yes. Because if she jumps up my bed at night to sleep with me and lays on me, I roast. Like, she likes to jump up and lay on one of my legs. Or lay up against one of my legs, and it's just like, I get way too hot. And that's right, yeah, and we messed around with the refueling option. He's getting a little twitchy again because of our speed. But how fast can this thing actually go? Yeah, it's not liking it. Ooh, it is really not liking it. It is not happy. I'll land closer to those tanks. So I wasn't sure what the range of those tanks were. the tanks are right over here that we refueled from. Filton does not like this. Valentina's having the time of her life. Filton is not a happy camper. I don't think Filton likes helicopter rides. So here's the tanks we refueled from right over here. Yeah, you can even sell fuel. That is definitely a pretty cool feature. I like it. Okay, well, we brought back a little bit of science. Like, very little. Alright, let's recover. Yeah, and that's what the other time we were on the other side of the hangars, and I was still able to refuel from it. So it's, I mean, you get a pretty good, you know, circle, refueling circle. Yeah, we brought back 0.4 science. Yay! We did get some cool screenshots though, and we did get to investigate the dam. And now we have this glorious storm overhead. Alright, so we have some temperature surveys to do. This one we're trying to do is the crew report EVA and surface sample from Splashdown in the grasslands, but I think they actually gave us a waypoint recommendation, but it is really far. Yep, Splashdown in the grasslands right there. Wait, what airfield is this? Is that TSC runway 9? It is, but that's still that's too long for a helicopter to fly. Well, and I don't know if there's enough water there to be able to land an airplane in it. And that's not an active contract. Yeah, that's not an active contract. It's an inactive one. This one I'm pretty sure is active. We can do this one. We can knock out this contract real quick. We'll do a little night flight. And that's why I chose not to go with any life support this time around. As it's nice in the early to mid game, but once you get into like the late game with lots of infrastructure, it just ends up being a chore, right? Unless they can produce it themselves on location. Alright, and for that, we'll actually fly an airplane. Even though we do this helicopter can fly a lot further than the other one, but it is not set up to land in the water. But it flies a lot faster and a lot further than the other one. We can fly this one for that, because we're going to be coming back and here and landing on the runway, as this really needs a runway to land with the wings in this configuration. Alright, so we're going to let Jeb and fly it, and Bob is going to be the flight scientist. That is good to know, Natsmore, for the future.
One of the nicest planes.
Alright, these are going to be noisy. And that looks good, doesn't it? Alright, Jeb, you're clear for takeoff, buddy. Alright, coming left to heading 260 or 026. And I keep forgetting to download the damn cockpit mod for the interactive IVAs. And awesome, the only thing you see is the lightning. Like that one. Alright, let's go ahead and get some fizz warp going. Alright, clearing 8,000 meters. We'll go up to 10. Alright, now our speed will come up. A pretty decent amount here. We're doing about 300, almost 320 knots. And that's why I didn't even think about that. But yeah, lightning from inside the cockpit would be. I didn't even think about it though. We'll have to remember that next time there's a storm. Coming up on some mountains. I'm gonna drop us down to 9,500 meters. We'll pick up some speed. Yeah, we're at 380 knots and accelerating now. Plenty of flight time. Still have over 4 hours of flight time at this speed and altitude. Don't worry, we're not flying that far. Almost to waypoint 1 here. All right, bringing us out of time warp. And we are in range. All right, so we got waypoint 1. Next waypoint's just a little bit further. Since we don't really have to fly that far, I want to fly faster, so we're going to drop us down to 9,000 meters. And back into some fizz warp. Now, there we go. Now we're over 400 knots. And we're at the next waypoint. All right, back into fizz warp. You know, yesterday with KS8, I'm kind of on the fence with how it does maneuvers. Right, you basically tell it where you want it to go, hit create, right, and then, I mean, you don't have to do it, but you have the option of just hitting auto and go. Unlike if I know, like it being that optimized. You know, maybe you know, it's something like if you're doing a career mode, it's something you could work towards. All right, I'm gonna go ahead and drop us down to 8,000 meters. No need to be fuel efficient. As long as we stay above those mountains, we gotta fly back over. All right, coming around for final waypoint, and then we'll head home. All right, there's the last waypoint. Contract complete. Let's go ahead and find the KSC in here. There it is. And we're over 450 knots now. Airspeed. Yeah, but I don't actually like the way MechJeb works necessarily. I don't know, when you do like RSSRO, you have to use MechJeb for some things. And I don't have anything against it. It's just, I don't know. I guess the biggest thing that bugs me about MechJeb is that people that are teaching you how to do, like fly rockets using MechJeb, and when somebody asks, hey, how does that do that? And the response is, I don't know. Well, my opinion is that you shouldn't probably be teaching. My opinion on the matter, though, right? Yeah, I wouldn't mind something like that, Bishimoto. Somewhere you can actually program into flights, especially for fine-tuning things. But yeah, it's almost impossible. Because even the small amounts of manual correction you put in rob you of delta V, but you know, from cosine losses, and those, they stack up with a quickness. All right, I'm gonna bring us out of time warp and out of autopilot, as we need to start our descent. We're a little late actually on it. And give ourselves the gap. I keep forgetting to go put a waypoint a couple kilometers short of the runway. Right, for a turn-in point. Because this waypoint just gives us the middle of the runway. Alright, but I need a turn-in point. Yeah, you introduced too much angle of attack, and yep. Bye-bye. I had to make a comment in somebody's YouTube video that were trying to explain why your rockets flip, and they're like, they never explained why rockets flip. All they said was, add bigger fins to the back end of your rocket. Well, the number one reason a rocket flips over is because you're not flying at prograde. Right, you're introducing too much angle of attack, which creates lift on one side of the rocket, drag on the other, and ass over tea kettle you go. Did I mention it is really flippin' dark? Whose idea was it to fly this at night? I think we're in the clouds, but I can't tell. Yeah, we're in the clouds. Okay. Yeah, we just came through the clouds. Now I can kind of sort of see the ground. All right. Yeah, in the clouds, you can't see anything. It's just black. Bishimoto or anybody else, have you guys ever messed around with Orbiter 2016? I don't even know if they've done an update to it since then, but... Right, it's meant to be like a really super realistic, like actual like space flight simulator. And you know, it includes like the space shuttle. I tried to manually fly the space shuttle to orbit like 7 times. I could not get it even close to orbit because the manual inputs you use rob it of enough delta V that you can't get to orbit. Fairmare Aerospace is okay. I don't like using it at stock scale, only because there's not a whole lot of drag down low, so you get like a couple. It's like you get free delta V for your rockets basically, because there's no drag, not nearly as much drag losses. Right, so all of a sudden it's like 200 meters per second, roughly across the board, cheaper to go everywhere. And then obviously, I mean, your airplane's in it with a much higher takeoff and landing speed. And I was surprised to learn that Fairmare Aerospace really only affects the lower level of the atmosphere. Like the bottom 8,000 meters. Most of the rest of the properties are the same. But it does introduce, you know, better or more accurate things to, you know, like dynamic pressure. And believe it or not, the plane is actually easier to fly with Fairmare Aerospace than it is in stock aero. I can be much more accurate with it. However, usually if you're flying Fairmare Aerospace, you also have advanced jet engine installed, and as soon as you flip the plane around backwards, the engines flame out. Alright, flaps down, gear down. Nice big brake turn. Bishimoto reentry is much more a interactive historical experience than a game or even a simulator. Right, it's a lot of pushing buttons and just double checking and triple checking systems throughout, you know, a flight, which is, you know, what they had to do, you know, back then. But we're approaching stall speed. All right, we're home and we are good to go. We completed that contract. All right, let's recover that. Yeah, Orbiter was definitely a cast iron bitch. That's for sure. And whatever space plane that was that they had in there. That thing was also really hard to fly. All right, Bob Kerman got a multiple contracts ribbon. And it is a contract complete. All right, and we got some science from it. All right, let's go ahead and warp to the morning. Watch that beautiful sunrise. Oh, yeah. Did you see that sunrise? Oh, yeah. Okay. So we have 50 science now. What are we looking to unlock next? Anything that gives us more science or... that would give us a little bit more science with the RPWS antenna. Space exploration gives us an enhanced multi... a little bit more science there. All right, so we're gonna need landing first. I'm still leaning towards fuel systems. I think fuel systems is going to be our next one, then landing, and then finally crewed flight. I knew it was fictional because the engine types, you could go anywhere in a solar system with it. All right, moon exploration, satellite of the moon uncrewed. Yep, let's take that mission. We could do... this one's really far out. I don't know. We have a kicker stage. And we could, I mean, we technically could do a 1.875 meter rocket, which is easily to do this. I just don't know if it's going to actually make us a whole lot of money. Even some of these others, it's questionable how much money we'd actually make from it. And let's take it. we'll take that one. Orbit the moon, we'll take that contract. Yeah, no more Kerbin missions for the time being. Another passenger flight here for 3 passengers. Come visit the home of Jebediah Kerman. Not sure where that actually is. Fly to Jeb's junkyard. I don't know where that is. I'm gonna have to look and see where Jeb's junkyard is. Yeah, with these other ones, but they're for too many passengers. We can't build anything with that many passengers just yet. All right, test the LY-10 small landing gear at the launch site. We can knock that one out real quick. All right, and we can do a low resolution altimetry scan of the moon. We can take that contract. All right, and a multispectral scan of the moon, because we can put that in the same satellite. Let's grab that. Crash a probe on the moon. This we can do. And put a probe in polar orbit of the moon. We got to do that anyway for the ScanSat one, so bonus there. Okay, so let's do our test, for our ground test first of the landing gear. Ow. That was loud. All right, which landing gear is it that we need to test? The LY-10. Which is this one. All right, let's throw this out on our horizontal test pad. We can run that test. And then we're going to do the Lunar Impactor mission first. All right, run test. All right, contract complete. Let's recover that. Bishi, did you ever fly that thing, whatever that glider was called? It's pretty cool. It's the thunder in the background. It does that. It gets caught in a loop when we're loading in. Yeah, so we have our lunar flyer. All right, so this one's already set up and ready to go. I don't think there's any more science that we'd be able to get. Off of this, since it won't be coming, obviously it's gonna crash. So I can strip these off and save a little bit of money. Probably don't need those either. We have our redundant comms here. All right, save a little bit of money. All right, let's go to the moon. Natsmore, well, there's a couple that you have to use to rescale it. Right, one of them obviously is Copernicus. You need Sigma Dimensions. And then Sigma Dimensions allows you to rescale along with Copernicus. And then you need a config to tell it how to rescale things. And I made my own rescale. Well, I modified one of that Galileo made for 1/4 real scale. I've linked it a couple of times in chat before in Discord. If you want my rescale for 1/4 real scale, let me know. Because it's not just like make everything 2.5. That's not what it does. Right, so the celestial bodies are 2.5 times larger than the stock game, right? Which makes Kerbin 1/4 the size of the Earth, right? However, the celestial distances, the distances between bodies, is not 2.5, it's 5.4, right? Because that puts the moon 1/4 the distance from Kerbin as the Earth-Moon distance, right? It also raises the atmosphere up to 84 kilometers. All right, so you need a rescale config, you need Sigma Dimensions, and then you need Copernicus to do it. And as I said, if you want my rescale, you can have it. There's a 2.5 rescale that you can find in several places. It just does everything by 2.5, right? The planetary bodies and celestial distances. Where mine pushes everything much further away. All right, the moon is behind us, so we're gonna have to time warp a little bit, as we're gonna go Mooner direct. And if you use the JNSQ Planet Pack, it's natively 1/4 real scale. You don't have to rescale it at all. It's natively 1/4 real scale. In fact, if you add the 2.5 rescale to it, it would be real scale. Right, but note though that with JNSQ doesn't have all these fancy ground textures, and it was too time consuming to make it work with the parallax textures. All right, so we are gonna time warp until Moon is in a favorable launch window as we're going Mooner direct. Bishimoto, no, it's just 3 satellites. We did the 3rd one at the beginning of the stream. These are ScanSats up here. Bishop, yeah, that's why I like 1/4 real scale so much. And hope that KSA goes that route. The only reason I didn't do it on this install is that with the new updated parallax, all that because I wanted to be able to use Kerbal constructs and Kerbicide remastered, I'd have to reposition every single asset, and I'm just like, yeah, no. But I like it because you don't have to rebalance the game, and you end up with, you know, realistic, you know, rocket mass to payload or payload to rocket mass ratios. All right, and does anybody not understand what I mean by going Mooner direct? All right, that'll work. All right, moon's just below the horizon, so Mooner direct means we're going straight from launch to the moon. Right, we're doing it in one single burn. All right, guidance is set up. All right. Oh, we need this to actually sound like a rocket. All right, so FYI, because we had to mess with sound settings earlier in OBS.
This might be loud.
Lunar impactor is go. Launch vehicle is go. Guidance is go. We are go for launch in 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3. Made it to start. 1 and send it. We have liftoff. All right, let's go for pitch and roll maneuver. Up on SRB cutoff and separation. All right, we have good SRB separation. Look at that sky, man. That sky is so good looking. We have 2.5 G's acceleration. We're going to go ahead and cut throttle to 2/3. There's Jewel. And, what is that? I see the lightning back there. And there's Moon. There's our target. Bring us over a little steeper here. Unlike deviating so much, and you definitely don't want to stage outside of the prograde vector. All right, we have good fairing deploy. Main engine cutoff. We have good upper stage ignition. I keep forgetting to use the camera. Put cameras on there and I keep forgetting to use them. And once again, we're going to shut off the upper stage here when its periapsis gets up to about 20 kilometers. And then the probe itself will do the rest of the burn. Yes, we don't want this on orbit. All right, stand by for shutdown in 3, 2, 1, shutdown. All right, go for payload deploy. All right, we have solar panel deploy. We have good payload deploy. And ignition. And the goal here is just to smack the moon. Just give it a nice big handprint. Nice open wide fingers right on that left ass cheek. Gotta be the left ass cheek though, not the right. Alright, we have a remote intercept. Let's monitor that periapsis. And there we go. We'll have Mooner impact. And that's Mooner direct. One single continuous burn right to the moon. Bishop, it's just by time. All you have to do is this, you know, your orbital period. You know you're exactly in 1 day orbital period if you're in geostationary orbit. And you just kind of figure, okay, this one's got to be 2 hours behind that one, and this one's behind 2 hours of that one. And one of them's happenstance. Because the first one we launched, I wanted to be able to put it up over the KSC, or directly above the KSC, but it didn't have enough fuel. So it had enough fuel to get into the proper orbit, but not the orbit that I wanted it at. But it's in geostationary orbit. And then the second we launched, we put it up over the KSC, and they happened to be 2 hours apart. And then I just had to launch another one and just wait for it to be 2 hours, and there's your constellation. Where's the sun? There it is. There's the sun. Bishop, that's how we did it. The third satellite I launched up to like 6 million kilometers, and the satellite circularized itself. But I don't have a launch vehicle currently that's big enough to be able to launch 3 at once anyway. My satellites are kind of complex in part count. I think our ComSat's 101 parts. All right, let's time warp it. Yeah, Bishop, if you haven't seen my satellites, when we get back after this mission, I'll show you what I mean. Like, this is extremely simple for me when it comes to, like, probes. All right. And in we go. All right, so this goal of the mission, as I said, is just to leave a handprint on the moon's left ass cheek. Up into the dark. And smash that ass. Centurion, well, originally I didn't. Onka is the one that figured it out after we restarted. But essentially, choose a different profile, like the default internal or default nothing. And contract complete. But in the editor, do it in the editor. All right, contract complete. That's 6 science and 56 grand. So I think we made 20 grand on it. All right, let's warp to the morning. Get that gorgeous sunrise. Get the thunderbug. Yeah, so Bishimoto and anybody else, I like to make generic satellite chassis of different sizes. Right now, currently, this is the only size we have. But essentially, I set it up to where it has everything that we would possibly want. Right? In a basic chassis. Right? So we have solar panels, RCS thrusters, radiators, hardware mounting rails. Right? And if I pop this open... Right, you'll see that we actually have, you know, a full frame, right? Battery, RCS fuel, all that. So yeah, this is 95 parts. Right, and as we unlock better parts and better probe cores, I'll make larger versions of this, which can hold. You can put more stuff on there, right? So when I convert that to a ComSat. Right, all I have to do is add the antennas, you know, that I want, and now it's a ComSat. And we're going to do the same thing. We're going to modify that same satellite bus for the missions to go to the moon, for the radar altimetry scan and the biome scan. And while I'm here, because I forgot to do this, apparently. There we go, save it. All right, and it looks like a satellite. All right, so this is the OctoSat bus, right? Because I use the Probodyne Octo. USB, Universal Satellite Bus. Yes, something of that order. Bishimoto, you should have confused the shit out of them, right? Is sneak up on your side of the fence if they can't see you with a hammer, and when they stop hammering, you start hammering. Bishy, that's a little weird, dude. Yeah, you should talk to the owner first. Yes, I concur. All right, so we need to add. This part wasn't necessary. I'm just adding it because it makes this look better, in my opinion. All right, and now we need to add this. It does pull the center of mass of the satellite off some. So I can do this to help reel it back in a little bit. And I don't think adding 2 of these speeds up the process. In fact, I don't think it does anything. Hey, Word! What's going on, buddy? Bishim, I still think it would have been funny, though, if, you know, you went out there, snuck out there with your own hammer without him knowing that you're there, and as soon as he stops hammering, you start hammering. Yeah, I mean, he would be one confused Muldoon. Do you even know him? Is he like at least a neighbor you know? He's not just like some random schmo walking around with nails and a hammer, is he? Interesting. So the next subdivision over? Okay, that's really weird. What the hell is he do? Like, is he exploring? I mean, is he you know, an unemployed construction worker that's looking to make some handy man money? There's a walking path there. Okay. He just happens to walk around with a hammer and nails? Alright, normally I keep this set to 20% or 10%, but because this is slightly off, I'm gonna go ahead and bump it to 50. Alright. And we're gonna call this Moon Scan 1. And this is going to need more antenna. And we have this base. That should still work. That'll do it. Yeah, let's... All right, so this is 1.2 tons. So this has enough fuel for onboard maneuvering, and it can adjust its orbit a little bit, but it's not going to be enough to push it to the moon. I think with RCS Delta V, I think... Don't I have any option to add that actually here? Blip, 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 blip. Oh, but this has about 500 meters per second of RCS Delta V. So it's going to need our kicker stage. Right, or our auxiliary stage. The problem about doing satellites this way is all those flipping nodes. I wish there was a way that you could turn the nodes off on that part. Alright, as I said, this is an auxiliary stage or a kicker stage. Alright, so this will actually push it out to the moon and do the orbital capture, and then this will we'll crash this into the moon. I probably could have done it with that other mission. Oh well. Alright, but this weighs 3.7 tons total. We don't have a launch vehicle that can lift 3.7 tons. Plus, this is pretty big at this point, right? It's, 4.7 meters high and 1.4 meters wide. So it's going to have to go in a 1.875 meter fairing. So we're going to have to develop a 1.875 meter launch vehicle. Bishop, yeah, that is true. Engineers always have to fix things. I'm guilty of that. But ask first, still. All right, guys, I got to use the restroom real quick. So give me a moment, and I'll be right back. And I'm going to run an ad so they don't run while I'm sitting here doing something. So give me a couple minutes. I'll be right back. I'm back. Thank you for your patience. Okay, so we need a new launch vehicle. How do you guys like that salute emote? It's just a random free one that I found online. Well, it's not even an emote. I made it an emote, but it's a much larger image. All right, no shroud on that, and Kaio, it's really strange that Twitch doesn't have one. Scientific, I looked for a Pinky in the Brain salute. I even used Chat GPT, and it says that they've never done a salute in any of the cartoons. It recommended a Jerry, a Jerry salute from Tom and Jerry. There's a military themed Tom and Jerry episode where Jerry stands tall and salutes, but it doesn't. When you translate it, when you scale it down for an emote, you can't tell what it looks like. It looks like he's kind of pointing at something with his elbow. It doesn't really look good. So. I know Better Twitch TV has one, but Twitch itself doesn't, which I found surprising. Yeah, so I think that's one of the biggest issues with emotes, right? Is how do you get them to look good when you shrink them down? Right, like Galileo back in the day made me a really awesome ass hat emote. Right, it's basically a giggling donkey in a 10-gallon cowboy hat. But when you scale it down for an emote, it doesn't work. Right, you can't tell what it is. So the other one, ass hat emote that is still in Discord, is literally just an ass with a hat on it. Right, like two butt cheeks with a hat. Problem is, Twitch won't allow me to use it. Yeah, but even that, the Bishimoto, you can't tell what it is. When you scale it down, it just, eh. And that's the issue with a lot of emotes. But I know it's Buzz, but I had to actually hover over it to see what he's doing. Right? Because I can't tell that he's saluting by just looking at the emote. Be right back. The wife has a joke to share. So do I now. So I think, yeah, but as I said in the cartoon, they neither Pinky or the Brain ever salutes in any episode. I don't know if I like that. All right. So what I'm doing is I'm making the this service module is going to be, our service bay is going to be used to house our smart upper stage. Along with battery, and we're going to turn this up to 9. This will look better once we actually have more parts unlocked later on. I'm not even sure I need to actually use the expanded fairing. Hold on. Yeah, we'll need to use the expanded only because that sticks out a little too much. Oh, partially clipped in. I don't want it clipped in because the fairing can hold, it can like stick. There we go. No, we're not clipping anymore. All right. I can live with that. Oh, this also still needs to get moved up anyway. Okay. Aging Kerbin satellite to the tracking. Yeah, I have no idea what that is, Centurion. I've never even heard of that. Alright, now we need our upper stage fuel tanks. The only other thing I was thinking about doing is this. That's the wrong size. That is too. What about that one? Is that the right size? Yes, that's the right size. Doesn't work with the... We need one of the other structural parts first. I wanted to have it look more like the actual top of the tank, but that's all right. The problem is with for 1.875 meter, this is all we get so far for tanks. And that's probably too much. Yep. I go this route, I don't need to kicker stage at all. All right, comms. These are RCS masts. And we're only going to need a 3-horn on those. And then we need tanks. Need some RCS tanks. Not sure they actually need this much. Two is likely enough. More than enough, probably. Alright, now it's going to need ullage motors. Interesting. I don't know if I've ever... that actually... or maybe I just don't remember it. Marilith, among other things.
Battery is not included. Ribbed for her pleasure.
I mean, we're talking rockets. It's kind of hard not to do that. And this is the issue is, you know, all we have are the little tanks. Now, this is called overkill. Overkill. But I mean, we basically now have a rocket that we can send damn near, I mean, anywhere. We can use the same setup to send quite a bit. In fact, I'm almost tempted to make this 4 segment instead of 3. And drop 2 from the first stage. There we go. Just to give it a little color. I'm not gonna go through the whole stickers and decals and everything else because this is a temporary use vehicle, because of the sheer number of all the little shitty tanks. And I honestly think that all the 1.75 meter tanks and they should all be in one node. All the different tank sizes. Because, I mean, if you can make one tank that size, you can damn sure make the full-size one. It's one of the things that bugs me about the way the tech trees work in Kerbal. Even the modded ones. Right, overkill to the moon. Let's send it. Alright, so this is going to accomplish multiple contracts at once as we're going to launch this into a polar orbit around the moon. Right, so we're going to get... We also have a contract to orbit for first orbit around the moon. And we have a separate contract for polar orbit around the moon. And then two other contracts for ScanSat stuff, which is what's on the satellite. So we're going to knock out several contracts at once with this. Set that to rocket mode, and let's find Moon. Moon, where you at, Moon? There he is. Alright, set as target, and Moon is over the top of us, so we are gonna have to wait. Once again, we're gonna go Mooner Direct. I like going Mooner Direct. Alright, now we're... Oh, I almost went too far. Almost. Almost. Can we get Kerbaled to fund this rocket? Uh-oh. We have a thunderstorm moving in. We gotta launch now. I forgot to put lights and everything on this would light up the rocket. That's why I put lights and stuff, so at night it looks good. Alright, anyway, we need to launch. Guidance is go, payload is go, auxiliary stage is go, upper stage is go, booster stage is go. We are gonna get a go, no-go from chat. Yeah, there's go, no-go buttons now, so let me hear it. Go? Yeah, you guys do know there's emotes for that now, right? Yes, go! In 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, main is start. 2, 1, NARF! And we have liftoff. Alright, we are go for pitch and roll maneuver. I didn't even put any cameras on here. MTB no-go. Alright, Mach 1, vehicle is supersonic. Alright, 2.5 G's acceleration. We're gonna throttle down to 2/3 throttle. We're 1 minute, 12 seconds into the flight. We're now 20 kilometers downrange distance from the KSC, coming up at an altitude of 20 kilometers. And give me a go, no-go at the same time. And Miko already. Okay. We have good stage separation. Good upper stage ignition. Boy, that burnt a lot less time than I thought. Getting a gorgeous sunrise, though. Especially if I do it that way. Alright, coming up on fairing jettison. Alright, we have good fairing jettison. This upper stage has a lot of Delta V. Wow. It's not a very high thrust to weight ratio. Well, I did slap an extra tank in it and didn't check the stage's Delta V Or, well, thrust to weight. I checked the delta V, but not the thrust to weight. Alright, bring it back over here a little bit. Alright, stand by for upper stage shutdown here. I don't want this on orbit. I'm trying to get as much out of it as I can. And shutdown. Alright, probe is going to go active. Oh, and, well, it put us on a lunar impact. That's alright. Oops, I pushed it too far, but that's alright. We'll be in a retrograde orbit. Alright, so out here, I can add a maneuver. And since I have to put it into a polar orbit, I'm going to do the orbital capture and inclination change all at once in a high orbit over Kerbin. And that's the whole point of the kicker stage. Probably, but Centurion, but I'm not too worried about it. We got plenty of Delta V, dude. Like, plenty. That won't even use half the Delta V that we have. Like, I mean, we launched overkill on overkill. Wrong mode. And there we go. We are now in Moon's sphere of influence. Centurion, we did well. The third satellite we did today at the beginning of the stream. The other two were done. Yes, the last episode. Yes, I believe. All right, let's go ahead and warp here. I just realized we're not going to have comms.
Insert dumbass.
I put that right where we're not going to be able to see anything. Even though we have line of sight to ComSat 1, right? Right there, we have line of sight to it, but apparently our antenna can't talk to it? I don't know what's going on with that, actually. Why can't they? That's the whole point of these ComSats. What's their range? Right, even though our upper stage is only talking to ground stations, it's not talking to the ComSats. Why is that? Well, it has a specific orbit it wants us to be in for that satellite anyway. Yeah, I have a feeling we need to do the third upgrade to the tracking station for these to work. Alright, we're gonna end up in a weird orbit. All right, let's flip retrograde and just get an orbital capture, and then we'll figure it out from there. But yes, doing a 90-degree inclination change in orbit of the body you're in is generally a bad idea. I can actually do it around over here. Oh, no, it's backwards. Yeah, we'll just have to go into orbit around once. Even though it's a 2-day orbit. And this way we actually have comms again. Normally, if I have to do an inclination change here, what I do is just before entering the SOI, or about 2/3 of the way, is doing the inclination change. Yeah, I'm a little rusty on some of the tools. But just the slower your orbital speed is, the less energy it takes to make the maneuvers. Right, and just before you change SOI is where your velocity is going to be the lowest. That is matching it much more exact than needs to be done, but all right, aiming us where we need to be. Purpose to our maneuver. And now we're not aimed in the right direction anymore. Because it flipped us over. We're on the wrong side of the orbit. I should have aimed at the anti-target. It's a little rusty every now and then on some things. All right, world first milestone. We have entered orbit of moon. Huzzah, orbit the moon. Completion rewards, 4 science and 158 grand. Strategy is no longer available. Moon probes. All right, put a probe in a polar orbit at the moon. We've done that. That's 6 science and 90 grand and 38 rep. Okay, so now we don't need this we don't need this anymore. But I might as well leave it attached for now. I was thinking about deorbiting it, but it's got so much fuel left in it, I might as well leave it there. Right, and we are far too high for that, and far too high to that. We need to lower our orbit down to about 250 kilometers. All right, there we go. 249. And warp towards our periapsis. Getting us a little bit closer here to our periapsis. Then we'll put this thing in its final orbit. All right, 250 over 243, that should work. Make sure we're maximizing our sunlight. All right. Let's get these turned on. All right, now start scanning the moon for us. All right. Hey, Angela, what's going on? What's a better ratio of articular ilio large cargo, one nerva for one rapier? I don't know. I've never used nervas on an SSCO. They don't have a high enough thrust to weight ratio. For me, nervas are only for use in space, like for full space travel. Like going from orbit of, so once you're already in orbit, going from that orbit to a different orbit, right? Or to a different body. Their mass to weight ratio is not worth it for use for anything less. Like if you're just launching to get into orbit, there's always a better option. Car Toys, initial impressions, it has a lot of promise. But I don't want to get excited about it because, you know, I mean, everything that happened with the KSP2 and they still have Rocket Works is not necessarily committed to it going all the way to the end. Right? They're going to leave it open-ended based on the amount of contributions they receive, right? And or any, you know, educational or space agency partners that they pick up. When I say space agency partners, I'm not just thinking like NASA or ESA, but like SpaceX, ULA, right? Because I mean that's clearly what they're going for, right? Right, and they also want to use it as an educational tool. But as far as like as a business decision, they're not committing, hey, we're finishing this no matter what happens, right? Or whatever's feasible. They're like, it all depends on what contributions we get. Centurion, there's a very, very short pier out there that is screaming for you to take a really long walk. And don't forget to wear your concrete shoes. Car Toys, have you messed around with it at all? With KSA? You haven't? Well, if you type in exclamation point KSA, I'm sure you're already in the Discord, but if you type in exclamation point KSA, it'll take you directly to the download link. If you want to give it a shot. Marilith, you can hold Centurion's hand going down that pier. They have a wiki set up for it already? Oh, Centurion, yeah, take Maki with you too. Yeah, because I'm sure he's thinking about saying something. But Angela, if you really want to use Nervous for a space plane, you got to keep the mass of the space plane as low as possible because the Nervous are so heavy. Right, the Nervous have so much mass. I don't think I can get them both in the same shot. All right, so we have that in orbit. That'll just take time to complete, as you can see here, as it is scanning the moon. All right, now I'm going to shut this engine down. All right, where is... Oh, yeah, there it is. Shutdown engine. I was going to say, where the hell's the shutdown engine button? And we're getting plenty of solar. All right. Back to the Space Center. But yeah, Car Toys, it has a lot of promise, but it's also got a really, really, really long way to go. All right, let's warp to the morning. All right, so we have some more survey missions. I like to just get these done over with. Nerd's Voyage. All right, so we have these low altitude temperature readings. Alright, let's go find Nerd's Voyage, see what that is. There it is. All right, so they're down here, and we have these contracts on the surface. Or there's, I don't know if we have these contracts or not, but there's contracts there for the surface. Nearest airbase is Denunda. I mean, we'll be able to land over here at Handon's trial airstrip, but we can't take off from it. And even Denunda, yeah, this is not an open base. That's a lot of money to open that. Sandy Island is the next closest, and that's still a long flight. Sandy Island and South Field almost seem like about the same distance. That is a long flight. I'd rather have supersonic flight for that. So all those other contracts, we might hold off on them because they're not anywhere near an airbase. Hazard shallows for that splashdown. It's 500 grand to open though. Wait, right now we need more science. Like a lot more science. That means more moon. Doorbell, what's going on? How are we doing today? Angela, if you're trading off for the mass of the Nerva, for no oxidizer, you might be able to get away with it, but it's still gonna have to be a fairly low mass SSTO, possibly passenger only, right? Or the ability to launch very small satellites. I don't know, just it also for the vehicle cost. I don't know. I found it easier just to go straight rapier. Right, with something like dum. So this is what I use the maneuver for, is something like this. Right, this is my my Hermes cycler. Oh, not there yet. Right, this is purely to travel from the orbit of Kerbin to the orbit of Moon, and back, and or the orbit of Moon or Kerbin to Duna and back. Right, but it never enters the atmosphere. It always stays in space. But it's like a small crew SSTO. It'd be like my Hera. And this only uses 3 rapiers. Do I have any other shots of Hera? Here we go. Here's the other screenshots of Hera. That's Zeus. Do I have Chiron in here? I don't think I do. I think Chiron is... What's all that over here? Why did that all double? Anyway. Where is Chiron? Definitely not there. All right. Here. Nope. What happens when you have too many installs of Kerbal Space Program? Where is Chiron? It's on Kerbal X, if Kerbal X is up and running today. I know I have the screenshot somewhere, but I'm not sure which one they're in. I'm pretty sure you're right, it's not. All right. This one. This one's a lot longer. I was kind of being a little artsy fartsy. But it's got the same performance of Hera. Right, I just wanted something that was a different look. And for small SSTOs, I found that just 3 rapiers is like perfect. And these are good. Both of these are good for 250-kilometer orbits. Right, with plenty of maneuvering delta V. Like they nearly have enough to go to the. They could do it. They actually do have enough for a Mooner flyby. If you really wanted to, but. Yeah, Hera is slightly easier to fly, and when I say slightly, it's like very slightly. Right, as I said, Chiron was just, you know, what's the best looking SSTO I could make? Hey Alpha, what's going on, buddy? Alpha, I'm missing your launch pads, dude. Not having your launch pads is, I don't know, that it just adds to the immersion of a launch. You know, I mean, launch clamps work, but they're just launch clamps. Angela, they're still worth using. And they don't, they act as radiators. Right? They don't actually like cool the air, but they do act as radiators. Right? So when you're, for like high altitude, high speed flying, it helps to keep the engines from going boom. But yes, you don't need it for the extra intake air, no. It helps accelerating in a lower atmosphere, right? Because the shot cone intakes, you need speed before they start working. Right? I mean, when you have a, when, you know, it's like, okay, launch clamps, right? But when you have, come on, I know they're in here. There we go. Right, but when you actually have little launch, you know, stands and platforms, you know, it just adds to the immersion. Or even over here. Right, I mean, even with the stock rockets, you know, it's just like, man. I think we're going to end up installing Alpha Mensei's launch pads. I'm also really missing that 1/4 reel scale at this point, but as I said, I don't want to have to go redo everything. You know, move everything around in Kerbal Construct. See, and they had his mod has elevators and everything, so you can do the whole pomp and circumstance. You know, bringing the crew out to the launch vehicle and then putting them on the launch vehicle. Yeah, I think I just sold myself. We're gonna end up installing Alpha Mensei's launch pads. I was trying to stay away from part mods as much as I could, but it just adds so much to the experience, right? You know, when you go through the whole process, you know, especially like, you know, bringing your Kerbals out to the pad and then have them enter the rocket like this style, you know, it just adds to the immersion. Speaking of, we need a seaplane, but yes. All right, yeah, we're gonna end up adding Alpha Mensei's launch pads. That's happening. Angela extraplanetary launch pads. I believe it's what that's called. Ask MGB. MGB knows for sure. Alright, I'll wait to install that. But yeah, Angela, I'm pretty sure it's, what I just said, extraplanetary launch pads. All right, so we need more moon contracts and Minmus. All right, so we need to, with that other rocket now, we could actually launch a probe that could go into or bring back science data from the orbit of moon, which would bring back a lot of science. Soft landing on the moon, not yet. Minmus, not yet. Crude milestones, not yet. Flyby Duna, Flyby Eve, not yet. That's for Minmus. Crash a probe on the moon on a target. Like in a specific area. Yeah, that could be done, but worth it? Yeah, upon completion it would be. Alright, I'll take that contract. Put a probe in orbit around the moon. Orbit the first satellite in an equatorial orbit around the moon. Let's take that contract, because I have a feeling we're gonna bring something back from Moon. Bring back science from Moon. Orbit the Sun. Orbit the Sun. 316 grand and 9 science, 36 rep. That is easy peasy lemon squeezy. We'll do that. More Mooner satellites. Centurion? Yeah, I think so, but I started having issues with Rover Dude stuff. I haven't used anything for Rover Dude in a while. Alright, so this is a ComSat, but I'm thinking we're gonna use it. Where's Moonscan? Wait, did I not save the rocket? I did not. It autosaved though. I didn't save the launch vehicle because I really didn't plan on keeping to use it, but we're gonna need to use it for this. Alright, go back to that. Merge. Pop the fairing. Alright, launch it. Alright, so this is our first solar probe. So we're going to name it here once we put it on the launch pad. I didn't want to save it as a separate vehicle. Alright, and we're gonna just name it Kerbaled 1 and just, it is a relay, but I'm gonna change it to back to probe. Because it really doesn't have that much range. Alright, and the goal here is just to leave Kerbin's SOI. Unless this has to be in a specific orbit. Please tell me it's not a specific orbit. No. Good. We can just go. Alright. Solar Probe 1 is go. Launch vehicle is go. Guidance is go. I need a go, no go from chat. Yeah, no cameras. Not on this launch. Not on this vehicle. I didn't think we were going to even use this vehicle again, but... we need to unlock fuel systems for the better, larger tanks. Mayor, let's just go. Go, go! Alright, chat is go! And in 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, mating to start. 2, 1.
Send it.
And we have liftoff. We are go for pitch and roll maneuver. Fighting me. Are we in the wrong guidance mode? Yep, we are. No wonder. Yeah, so we're launching quite steep, but it doesn't matter. We're going into solar orbit. And we have plenty of energy. The main reason you don't want to launch straight up to do this is because it uses a lot of energy. Alright, but we had good stage separation. Fairing deploy will happen automatically at 60 kilometers altitude. And we have good fairing deploy. The reason I wanted a slightly steep launch angle is so that I can put this thing onto a polar orbit and not necessarily, or just shy of a polar orbit, or I mean a solar orbit, with this stage still coming back to burn up in the atmosphere, and then have the probe itself accelerate it into solar orbit. We're going to keep a rather high angle. Still got a ways to go. What you'll see is now, as we're approaching escape velocity, this will start climbing faster and faster. almost got a lunar intercept. And stop. Alright. That way, we still have a negative periapsis on this stage. Alright, we have good payload deploy. And RCS thrusters engaged. And there we go, solar orbit. All right, and this will put us in an orbit, at least on that side. If I did an adjustment, once we get over here, it would give us a relay satellite halfway between Kerbin and Eve's orbit. If we don't interact with Kerbin again on the other side. Ish. It's an ish. All right, let's flip around so our antenna are actually facing Kerbin. All right, and let's time warp it. Wait, actually, how long is it gonna take us to get out there? 7 days. It'll take a week before this thing actually leaves Kerbin's SOI. And I really only like the time warp inside of Kerbin's SOI. Like when we start doing interplanetary missions, once we leave Kerbin's SOI, we won't time warp to get to the target. We'll continue doing other things. Because in the same amount of time that this actually takes to leave the solar system, or not the solar system, but the Kerbin system, we could have done another moon mission, just as a reference. All right, but everybody wave bye to Kerbin. Everybody say bye, Kerbin. Daves, what's up, buddy? There's Moon coming into frame. Well, it's been in frame, but it's about to pass over between us and Kerbin. Oh, we didn't lose comms. It did not block comms. I thought it might. We still have another 4 days before we leave Kerbin's SOI. And time warp is slowing down. Took nearly 8 days. Almost 8 days. And we just flipped. We are in a solar orbit, baby. All right, notes, reduce AP. All right, so we'll have an alarm go off so we reduce, and that way this will stay on a solar orbit as a early relay set. But it'll take 172 days, nearly 6 months before it'll get there. But there we go. There's our pale blue dot image. All right, world first milestones. We have entered the orbit of the sun. We got 43 grand for that one. And huzzah, there is no such thing as a final frontier. 316 grand and 9 science. And 36 rep for that one. You're high and wasted. Congratulations. Oh, look at that sunrise. That is a gorgeous sunrise. $77.3 science. We need 90, right? For that fuel systems. I think it's 90, right? Yep, 90. So close. We're 13 science away. All right. But boys and girls, ladies and gentlemen, Rocketeers all, I think that is going to do it for me today for episode 10. Ugh. Oh, and yes, that's Pudman's Calm Nebula skybox. It's the one that he doesn't like. All right, let's get out of there. You have to catch up with episode 9. Well, as I said, we'll be slowing down. Dave's, it's an error. It's a sound bug. But as I said, this week we're going to be slowing down a little bit with Kerbal. All right, as we have Star Citizen's IAE coming up, right? And I still want to do either Mech Warrior, get our Mech Warrior 5 going again, and or get an X4 game going in addition to Kerbal. All right, but this week we're going to be reintroducing Star Citizen, because it has an event coming on that'll be lasting for 2 weeks. Plus, we have the holidays. And that's where they could also be from Chatterer that's doing it. Yes, because I have Chatterer and Chatterer Extended installed. All right, but anybody's new here, if you have not done so already, please do me a favor and hit that follow button, if you would. Much appreciated, and consider subscribing to support the channel. And I will see you guys later. Who is up and running here? Who else is streaming today? Why is all of a sudden everybody doing Escape from Tarkov again? Any recommendations? EJ is doing his space and rocket review news. Other than that, I think everybody's kind of taking it easy today. Well, I guess we'll just call it easy ourselves. Angela, you like X4? Yeah, I want to get back. I was waiting for the diplomacy update, and then we got distracted with other stuff. All right, so I'm just going to call it a day. All right, so you guys have a great morning, great night. Oh, wait, one more thing. YouTube. And this will be uploaded to YouTube later. It may not be up until tomorrow morning, but there is my YouTube channel if you are not familiar, and if you need any of the social links, there you go, which also includes Twitter, X, whatever you want to call it, Blue Sky, and Discord. All right, but you guys have a great morning, great night, great afternoon, great whatever it is, wherever it may be. I'll see you guys next time. Until then, stay dangerous. Thank you again, everybody.